Good afternoon, everyone. How are we all doing? I forgot to open up on an exciting screenshot. Sorry. See if any of this. Yeah, let's go for this one. Morning, party people. Hey, second favorite. Good to see you here. See you back. With the lights. Yeah, that's what we're all about. Hey, Nikita. How are you doing? Just made myself a nice iced coffee because the weather is quite toasty over here. I mean, it's not too bad. It's not too warm, but getting there, you know. It's definitely getting there. All right. So, let's start with a little roundup of what I did last time. Honestly, it's I did a lot of blueprint work because I was getting quite annoyed with like small mistakes that were happening in my lighting setup thingy, like in my lighting setup blueprint, and I basically got distracted and kind of decided to clean it all up. So now makes way more sense. But honestly, like, I'm gonna show it, but yeah. Like, I don't even have the previous thing anymore to compare to, but I promise you, this is already, like, way cleaner than it was before. So I decided to go through the whole thing. Kind of clean it up. I made like all these different things to set like the different elements in my lighting setup. And it's nice and clean, and then we store all the values, blah blah blah, lots of boarding stuff. Yeah, like it. This also makes it way easier if I do need to add stuff to it at a certain point. Like everything is kinda, I just need to add stuff in 2 places, where before I needed to add stuff in like 5 places or something like that. Hey CG Novice! I haven't watched the streams in the last couple of streams, but this is turning out so good. Ah, thank you so much. But yeah, so I did a whole lot of blueprint work. And that's also not only for this project, but also for the other project that we're working on. Did some blueprinting stuff there. And then I've also decided to, because I was doing the cleanup on the lighting presets, I kind of fixed the way that the light works in the scene. And that meant that I also needed to like adjust some of the textures. So now it looks more brownish than black like we had it before. So it looks way better. Oh, and also, this is what we're going to be working on today, by the way. But I've started making some more interesting houses. So we got some nice thatched roof houses, which are still work in progress, but I think that's what we're going to be doing today. Let's go. Let's jump into it. Oh, and for that, I've made this little script. Like it's based on geometry nodes, but it basically allows me to scatter stuff on top of meshes. So I can separate like the roof and then just plug that into this with like geometry nodes, and it will scatter like a whole bunch of like things on top of it, and I have like full control over the amount and stuff. That's gonna be really handy. It's basically an updated version of what I had before, where I made like my rooftops. Got my first GameNest scam email. Does that mean I've made it? Congrats! I don't know if I should be proud or just annoyed by the fact that these are a thing. But yeah, congrats regardless. Yeah, so yeah, we got these new houses. I think they're a bit more made for like the rural type of setting, but I kind of do like them. And then if we blend them with like the more squarish houses, I think that would be like a nice blend, so we get like variation in the buildings. Be cool. So you'll probably see more of these types of houses rather than these, but it would still be cool to like include them occasionally. So yeah, they are the only weird thing here is that this is one of those moments where real life and game dev intentions like clash, because as you can see here, like I'm taller than the building itself, right? But this is accurate to what I found the proportions to be. So you basically need to duck under the roof and then you go into the house, right? It might be the case where we have to increase the size just a little bit so that we allow people to navigate inside of these. But we'll think about that. Hey, my bar, how's it going? As opposed to programming a duck button? No, even that would be annoying, right? Like if you think about like you're traversing an open world and you have to duck to get into like every just normal house. Oh, that was a joke, sorry. I'm just trying to explain it, yeah, because Because that would be annoying from like a usability perspective, right? Like if you have to dug for like every building, that's freaking annoying. That could be an option, yeah. Doing good. How's things with you? Yeah, doing good, man. Doing good. Alright, so let's have a look. Where is my ref? So we're basically working from the same ref that we've been working on before. It's just gonna be like all of these buildings, right? Just gonna see what we need to build. Need to find a good top left corner. Right. So we're probably gonna do the big building next. I think that's a good shout. So all these buildings, they have these little holes on the side. Like, kind of implemented over here. We're just gonna steal some of this stuff. But yeah, man, I'm doing good. It's been a busy week actually. Been working on the studio project. Doing a lot of blueprinting in there and like making sure that the shaders are all working. And I think we're in a really good spot now. People are doing really good stuff. Like we're getting our first really textured, like high quality props in. So it's kind of nice to see everything coming together at this point. It's exciting. Oh, this is something that I didn't notice before. Like it kind of has like this little like rim on top of it. Roughly connects to there. It's only on the one side though. Right, and that's gonna come out this way as well. Gonna be a little bit lazy here. And I'm just gonna remove like all the sides. And just slap like a solidify modifier on it. That way we don't have to worry about like all the underlying vertices, right? And like cleaning them up. I can just focus on the top ones. Bit of all of this. And because it kind of goes into this little thing. Yeah, how's everyone else doing in the chat? You working on anything exciting at the moment? Give us some switch into something chill. Finally getting back to my illusion sword prop. Hopefully texturing by the end of the weekend. Ah, that's awesome. Are you working on the textures now then, Nikita? I have character design homework for school, so I'm struggling to motivate myself to do that. Yeah. Yeah. I understand. Any character stuff I always struggle with too. So I'm seeing that those things kind of line up. It means that we're gonna do something. This. Hi, Sarah. Chill time. Exactly. Exactly. And then so that lip connects to there. Hey Raj! How's it going, buddy? We're just trying to get the structure of this building right. We're gonna add progressively more and more details onto it. So I don't think this is like equal on both sides either. It has been way too long. Yeah, why has it been so long? Spirit animals should be sticking together, you know? No. It's all good. Everyone's busy, right? Sometimes the spirit animal just gotta go on the journey. Also, they don't travel in packs, right? Well, that little corner, it seems like I made mine like really chunky though. So, well, to be honest, like this little section here feels like it's too big. I mean, we don't have to go for like exact measurements here, right? Like, we want to deviate where we need to deviate. Still get nice to get some of the proportions right. It's also about making it a bit more organic too. seeing what looks best. Have that transition there. Let's make sure that we cut the top here as well. There's been so much recently. What's happening, Nikita? What's happening? Just work busy? You know what? We should probably split these sections off as well. Do the same thing here. I'm gonna do the solidifier thingy again. How thick do we want the roof to be? I think let's go for 0.2. Right, and then we have the underlying layer. Which if we maybe let's try something. If we combine them. And then bridge them up. Next month you'll be around more. You don't have anything planned next month then, Raj? I'm assuming. Steal the modifier from this. For now. But it has been in copious doctor appointments for various things, work, general life admin. It has been a bit full on for us lately. Sorry to hear that, Nikita. I hope he gets better quickly. And I hope it's not too bad, because I remember you saying something about your partner. And it wasn't too bad at that point, right? But that's like a couple of weeks ago, I think. I hope that it didn't get worse. So we got the hole in. We got these bits up here. Yeah. Hope you get to chill soon. I feel that, Nikita. I've been playing the Doctor Struggle. The fun part about America is that I can't get some medication because it's not in stock and my insurance doesn't cover the alternatives. Yeah. That sucks. I mean, yeah, I don't know too much about it, right? But like, all that stuff just sounds freaking horrible, honestly. Like all the stuff that I hear from like the American healthcare system. I think it's also because we've got it good over here, right? Once you start making comparisons, then yeah. Okay, yeah, it's, I mean, yeah. It's not too bad. It's not a worst case scenario, but still annoying, right? Sorry to hear that. Hope it gets easier for you eventually. Yeah. I love to support people. Keep up the support for each other. Got this hole at the top. Seems like it kinda dents in as well, which is kinda cool. Let's see if we can do something like that, because it gives the whole thing like a bit more character as well. We could actually recombine these, right? Because I have the same modifier on it. Let's actually do a mirror on this as well. How does it go? Like it goes, like basically these 2 points need to come in, right? More like that, and then you would probably press wood as close as you can against it. Can we actually merge some of this, please? Talking about annoying thing that's going on. Freaking hay fever's kicking up again too. Okay, so how is this structure working underneath? Probably gonna get some of this stuff here. I'm kind of jumping all over the place. I work in a very chaotic fashion. If you watched like a couple of streams already, you noticed by now. We've been basically jumping all over the place the entire time, right? Better get used to it. So this little thing is supporting the roof. Okay. Legit how I work. I think a lot of people work that way, right? Like sometimes, well, that might also be how people work. But like, if you watch tutorial and like everything is laid out from like 0 to 1, I'm like, man, that's crazy. I could never work that way. I'm always like, cool, this is in a good position. Let's move on to something else, and I'll patch things up as they go along, right? That's also how you end up with a scene that looks like this, right? With like stuff in really early block out, but then also areas that are like really coming together quite nicely. It's chaotic, but it's how I manage things. Yeah, how does everyone work here? Like, do you also work in like a very chaotic way, or do you really take it like from 0 to 1 and then do the next thing from 0 to 1 and keep on doing that? That's crazy to me. Raj is saying, come on, Tim, you already know me. You already know the answer. Yeah. You don't work at all, right? Probably made the best decision from all of us here. I love that. I love that everyone, because this is like a running thing that is going on in the community server where people always say that Raj just never works, right? But then a lot of people haven't seen when he was trying to switch job and he cranked out like a couple of cinematics like in like a very short time span. So there's legit people that have never seen or like barely seen Raj's work. But there's also people that know that, oh, when it's important, he'll get shit done. Was like a long weekend, yeah. Yeah, see? The real people know the real Raj. You can't fake us out with this like, oh, I never do work. We all know it's bullshit. You can't fool us. You only do work when it's absolutely necessary. Not a bad mantra to live by, you know? Nope, don't want to think about UVs at this point. I'm just gonna be really crude with all of this stuff, and then we can like easily like remap everything if need to. Oh, what I do want to do is move all of these decals though. So, this is a weird one, right? Because I'm trying to modularize wherever I can. So for this building, what I had in mind is that I'll strip off like the front of the building, right? So you can see this little section over here. We're gonna cut that off and make that like a separate module. That might mean that the front of the building is gonna look really weird though. It just has this little section just sticking out of it. We'll see how it looks. We'll test it. Wait, I don't have... I need to have a look at... Oh, so that's not actually attached to it. Okay, so this... Oh, okay, I see. So this area continues like the entire way. Interesting. Okay. How does that connect with... Okay, yeah, it does just connect the entire way. That would be... this then? Let's see. So, assign material. Oh, placeholder. I think for this we need a different mat cap. This is not helpful. on the outline. Oh. Yeah, so this is like one continuous roof at this point, which is super interesting because I've built them as like separate ones. So you probably want to go like a little bit further. And then what we'll have to do is blend these two together. Right? And then like this can continue all the way here. Probably we do like scoot this up a little bit so that the overhang is not that dramatic. Hey Kaido, how are you doing? Mr. Goodbrand? Dip's hat? Oh no, it should be tipping your fedora, right? Well, it could be a top hat as well. I can see that. Ugh. What's up, Sarah? You don't like it? You don't like the cringe? Oh, so this is like a wooden section and it returns into like plaster as well. Let me actually transfer this in here. M'lady. So after that little section here, it returns to being just plaster. Thinking too much about the UVs. Just need to be really crude with this stuff and then the UVs will solve itself. It's more about speed than accuracy at this point. So we got that thing going on. And then, oh, this is plaster again. Kind of interesting. And then you have like a shitty door over here. Let's see. Who's the first favorite? Oh, here we go again. Last time when we were in the community chat, like in the voice channel, like that's exactly the discussion we had. Where are my doors? Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, because I think Sarah called herself like first favorite. And now everyone is like some sort of favorite, or like at least the people that were there. And then Carl is not really making it easier, you know, because he's changing his name like 5 times a day, so I can't keep track. Oh, it was Carl. Oh, yeah. Yeah, because can't keep track of Carl. Of course Carl started it. Of course. I believe that. Where are my doors? Oh, there they are. So for this one, I'm just gonna grab like a wooden door. Full wooden one. And then we'll see how good we can make it fit in here. Isaac! Happy to have you here. What's up? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. How are you doing? Wait, I'm not picking any favorites here. What the hell? Yeah, I think that's a way better idea. BE Hunger Games. So... Oh, Raj, you sneaky. All good. Nice to catch you live. Cheers from Florence. Awesome. Wait, from Florence? No, I was thinking if I know someone personally. Or someone has gone on vacation. I don't know. It's so hard to tell, right? I always have to guess if I know people that are in here, like personally, but... You know someone. God. No, don't make me guess. I'm so bad at this. Chris here? Chris? I know some... Oh my god. Now I need to decipher like which Chris's are there. I know a couple of them. Dang it. Let's get some of these blockout things out of the way. Wait, why is that still there? What? Oh, that's the edge. It sounds like a game. Yeah. And I don't like it because I feel like I'm losing. So the door is in. So here we run into the same issue again, right? Like if I want to make this a applicable to the game at a certain point. This one is actually trickier because the roof kind of gets into the way. So I think what I'm gonna do in this case is that I'm gonna move this side of it. Until the door is no longer blocked. The door is no longer blocked, so that if we at a certain point wanna make sure that people can actually go into this building, like this would allow them to. Because this door is made to like player proportions. Even though you would probably want to leave like more leeway, right? Like more headway. Because you don't want the door to be exactly 180 centimeters tall. Greetings from South Africa, Tobias? Yeah, nice. Nice to see you here, Tobias. Greetings back from Germany. Okay, so what are we gonna do with this door? Like, we can put it in the middle, but then we're kind of losing this nice angle. Cairo instantly in the chat. A South African. Finally another one. Is okay, enlighten me a little bit. Like, do you guys have any art schools over there? Like any, well, game art schools, I should say, right? Or is it mostly self-taught people? Oh no, there are two of them now. Nah, no art schools. So, if... That's why I had to move continents, Tim. Oh, Tobias is busy doing a game design degree. Johannesburg, though. How are you liking it so far then, Tobias? You thought that Cairo would actually move to be closer to you, Raj. I can see it. I can totally see it. Makes sense. First favorite. So what are we doing with this then? Like, if we move this up, okay, and then if we do the same thing here. This thing connects to this, which could be cool. You were nice to me about being old. Yeah, Sarah's very nice. I genuinely had no idea that there was schools that taught games in... Oh. ZA? South Africa, right? You probably pronounce it a little bit differently. Well, probably a lot differently. Tobias is in third year now. And I love it more and more. Oh, that's awesome. So, in the third year, can you explain a little bit? Is it like a general game design course, or is it more focused in the third year? Like, do you have to pick a specialization or something like that? Yeah. Yeah, I knew it was gonna sound completely different. Just down here. Down. Vega and SAE do game design degrees. I'm an SAE, Cape Town and Johannesburg. Oh, nice. Degrees more generalistic. I'm personally trying to specialize. Yeah, nice. I mean, this is like an eternal debate, right? Because I don't think like the game design field is so broad that even if you would like to specialize, it's very tricky to do that in like 3 years and still show you like all the skills that are needed, right? Because I think what universities are good at is like giving you like everything that's out there and like pushing you towards like more not a niche, not a specialization, but like more towards like one direction, right? So let's say the school that I went to, like they generally had this direction of like, okay, first year you see everything. So like programming, concept art, modeling, like all that kind of stuff, like animation, right? And then in the second year, you would kind of specialize a bit more. So you would go, I went the game art direction, but game art direction was still characters and environments and level design and like all that kind of stuff too, right? And then in the third year, because we had the internship built into the curriculum, we only had half a year. And I think, if I remember correctly, that half a year was spent on making like your graduation work, right? So, I mean, those 3 years were like way too condensed for me. So I had to do it in 4 years. So I kind of split it up like in a different way. But even in 4 years, that's a lot, you know? And yeah, you're starting from scratch on everything. So yeah, I think once you found what you really wanted to do, that's where you look for like more niche places that can serve your niche as well, right? That's what you're saying too, Tobias. The thing that I tried to do is whenever I had like whenever the school handed me an assignment, I would always try to turn it into as much as environment art as I could do, you know, because I knew that I kind of loved that. But yeah, you can't do that with every assignment. So, what do we do with this roof? Do we actually make it shorter? I just thought of that, and that might actually be like an most interesting thing that we can do with it. So we cut this roof short. Then we fill this gap up here. Wish my university let me specialize. Second favorite, like where are you studying then? And what are you studying? Like what's the major or what the equivalent is? And then this goes up here. Move this over here. Right, so that becomes the beam that's supporting the door frame and all that stuff. Oh, we kind of already have one there. Right. Yes, we did the exact same. Now in the third year, we're doing XR. XR? Is that just augmented and VR? Like in the same thing? Never heard about XR. We're doing XR, Unreal Engine, and environment art. The first year, I was doing a lot more theory for code and asset design, as well as more general game design principles. Yeah, like that's interesting because in our first year, we literally had to code like in C++, like multiple games. We had to draw concept art. We had to get to grips with like high poly modeling, low poly modeling. What else was there in the first year? Oh, we had physics classes. Remember that too. Physics and math classes. Oh my god, they were horrible. Oh my god. XR is the umbrella of AR and VR. Yeah, I thought so. Makes sense. So I think this is actually pretty good. We've kind of solved the issue that we had here, and we kept like the awesome, like the great looking composition of it. I think might get rid of this because that's going to run into the same issue with player navigation. Might make the door frame a little bit wider still. Wait, Chris, I still don't know which Chris we're talking about. You just kind of left me in the dark there. What's happening? Oh my god, we got a giant N-gon over here. N-gon party. What's happening? What is happening? My one true love, N-gon. Get that much about the Geo. I'm gonna make it hollow anyway. I just need to have it not look shit, you know? Okay, so Christian. Okay. Christian. I feel like you're very hesitant about saying anything else. Wait, Christian. I can think of one. I can think about one. No clue you did in Florence, though. And no clue. I would never have guessed. Never have guessed Florence. So, and then we have like smaller sticks kind of supporting all of it, right? Gonna add those two. No, I know which one I'm talking about. I think I know Christian Bercea, right? But I just didn't want to say it because you were so hesitant yourself. So I don't know if you wanted to do like privacy protection. I know. Awesome, man. It's good to see you. It's been a while. How are you doing? Are you planning on looking for work out of the country after graduation? Tobias is saying that's a problem here at SA. There's only 2 big-ish game studios, and and they are 2D, which sucks. My plan is to somehow go back to Germany or wherever in Europe and work there. Actually, Timothy, that brings me to ask, do game studios in Germany actually consider applications from other studios? Yeah. Yeah. I can't say that anymore, right? But when I was working at Ubisoft, we actually hired like a bunch of people. I mean, not a bunch of people, like the majority of people that we hired were international, I think. It just depends on your qualifications, your skills, your portfolio, all that kind of stuff, right? Like all the stereotypical things. But yeah, like don't, I would say my advice would be don't limit yourself to whatever they say on the website. Like send your application out anyway and let them make a decision based on your portfolio. Because I don't think you should be shooting yourself in the foot because of it. Yeah, exactly what Tim says. Like the visa thing definitely makes it harder, right? For sure. But I feel like if your portfolio is good enough, like they will consider that regardless. It's basically what you're saying too, right? And I think that's been true in the things that I've seen as well, where if you stand out from the participants, right, or like from the other applicants, like they will definitely put in a bit of work to get you over. It's all about that portfolio quality. And you got these cross beams through here. Yeah, I would say always apply. You know, always apply. Because there's a lot of people that shoot themselves in the foot, honestly, when it comes to this stuff. Because they think like, oh, I don't hit like all the qualifications, or my art is not good enough, or whatever excuse comes up, right? You don't really have, especially as a junior, you don't really have the insight to make an accurate judgment on that. So just let the people looking for the participant make that judgment for you. Because you might think to yourself like, oh, my work sucks, blah 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 blah, and then you get it in front of the right people, and they're like, oh damn, we need to get this person. Could definitely happen. So these ones, they go underneath. They still go on top of this one though. Right? So that makes sense. That one is kind of like supporting this one halfway through. Man, it's... Yeah, sometimes it's disheartening, you know, to hear people, or just to imagine people like not taking the shot and then missing out on like a very cool opportunity because they just didn't take the shot. Because honestly, like from the inside of the community, like the thing that I hear a lot is, I just finished this. I'm speaking as a person now, right? So I just finished this portfolio piece. I'm gonna do 2 more and then I'm gonna start applying, right? But in a lot of cases, they already have like a couple of pieces in their portfolio which are like decent quality. And it's like, just start applying and do work on the side, right? Like, just do them both at the same time. All right, let's have a look at this roof structure. Kaido is saying, also I found quite a lot of work in outsource back when I was in SA, worth a shot too. Yeah. I mean, as I say yeah, as an agreement, I have no idea about contract and outsource work myself. I've never done it. Yeah, that could be a good option too. You want to come to the US? We can swap identities. Outsource is a big foot on the door. Nope. Outsource is a big foot in the door. Places like Decagon to full remote and work on some cool stuff. I worked with them when I was trying to kickstart my career and work on my portfolio. How much of you working with Decagon would you attribute to getting your first job? Tim. Oh, we actually didn't need to do that. We just need to... hold up. So if we connect these two... up a little bit. Hard to say, but it helped me to be able to say that I have some experience working in a production environment. My contracts really helped me getting hooked up with the interview, but the experience did help in the interview. Yeah, I think that's also like a thing, right? Like the more you expose yourself to like other people and working together with them before you actually get your first job, the higher your chances are. Because honestly, like a lot of stuff that I see happening is like very organic, right? Where there's been countless moments when we're like in the community voice chat and we're talking with a bunch of people and some person brings up that they're looking for a job and their work looks really good, but they haven't applied. The amount of times that I heard like, hey, we're looking for people right now. Do you want to apply? Right? That happens like a lot. So yeah, putting yourself out there definitely helps. And then working together with people is only gonna increase your chances there, right? Because in general, like let's say you're a new person coming to Discord and you're like in a game dev Discord, and then you're asking for a job. Like not asking, right? That's the wrong way of saying it. But like you're saying that you're looking for a job. People are not gonna recommend you because they don't know you, right? So like either putting your work out there or like working together with those people is probably the best chance. want this little thing happening here. I'm honestly gonna do the same thing here. Like, just gonna delete all of this. It's kind of scuffed anyway. And then just solidify it. Oh, I'm... Just do this, right? Copy the modifiers from that one. Done. I mean, it's honestly something that we've been seeing a lot with the team challenges as well, right? Like, even though most of the time you're not working with other professionals, like just getting together with like a couple of other people in the team, those other people then getting a job, and then it might also be like, hey, I know some other person, you know? Like, maybe there's like an open position there. Happens a lot. Tim, your presentations on ArtStation are great. Oh, which ones? From my personal work? All the outdated stuff? Thanks anyway. All of them. Okay. Dang. Savage. Stealing the team spot. I've already complimented you. Yeah. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh, you're taking part in the ArtStation challenge. That's awesome. Is a deadline this weekend then? Oh, savage. Can't believe that. Yeah, great job, man. If you're getting it finished, that's already like merit on its own. Because those things are rough. Especially when doing a full-time job, you know? Okay, it's time to delete like the inner shell here. Been a mad 7 weeks on top of my job. Yep. I've done it a couple times. I know how freaking crazy it is. Like, it's ridiculous. I think I said this before, right? But when I was joining, I told my girlfriend, right, these weeks are gonna be crazy, so I'm probably not gonna have too much time. Because it was basically me yeah, cycling home, making dinner, and then getting back to work. Until 12, sleep, go back to my daily job, and then do the same thing. On repeat. Then I took breaks in the weekend, right? Like, not the entire weekend, but we would go out on the weekend. Man. It is rough, though. It is very tough. So, let's have a look. Because the floor is also more organic on this one, right? So, let's replicate that too. Oh, it has a little section over there. Yeah, but it's intense, man. It is. So that's why I said like it's even a merit on its own that you just finish it. Right, and that the project is finalized. Like all the rest is just like bonus points. Like let's say if you win something, right, that's like all bonus, but like just finishing it and getting like a new portfolio piece and having like the challenges on your portfolio and stuff. Already all that you bargained for. Because I told it before, right? Because I participated in the first... Oh, was it the first one? I can't even remember. Like the Ancient Civilizations one. And it was kind of interesting. So what I would do is during my breaks, like whenever I was done working for the day, and I would have like 30 minutes, I would go on and like go to other people's portfolio and like, or like other people's challenge entry and like react to what they were doing as well. The interesting thing there is I was talking to someone who I then a couple of years later started working with professionally, and that like instantly we bonded over that, right? And I have a personal goal to get a top 3 one day in a challenge. Yeah. If that's your goal, gotta keep up the grind. Is that the ArtStation challenge or just any challenge? Wait, did I... What happened here? Oh no. Just hid like a bunch of stuff. Yeah, there we go. ArtStation challenge, okay. How many people are participating in this one, Tim? Oh, and also to other people in the chat, have you ever done like an ArtStation challenge? Yourself as well? And which one was it? Waiting for a theme I like more personally. Yeah, same here, Cairo. I wasn't really big into like the whole medieval theme, you know? Maddie is hoping they do something alien themed again soon. Ooh, alien theme. You want to sculpt like a lot of organic stuff. Almost participated in the King Arthur one ages ago. I did a block out and then I quit. Yeah, yeah, I did that too. But the last one I did, I was like, I blocked out the whole scene and I was like, oh god, I can't do this. 561, but a few hundred of them never even start, they just sign up. Yeah, thanks for calling me out, Tim. That was a misclick, I promise. It was honestly a misclick. That's so stupid. And you can't back out. Like, you can't unsign yourself. Tobias is saying, I feel like I'm not good enough to compete yet. I don't think that matters. I think those challenges are great to push you into like a new level of your own skills. Because when I participated, I wasn't good enough yet, like objectively, but I learned so much because you can only have so much time to do it, that I learned like a lot of valuable lessons there. So I wouldn't really let that stop you. Even though I can see the logic behind it, right? What am I looking for? Bullion. Where's Bull? Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I feel about it too. I mean, it is nice, right, to have like the icon on your ArtStation. I got like an honorable mention for the first one that I did, I think. Or like, no, not the first one, the second one. It is nice, but also if you then like flip it on its head, and if you actually go through recruitment, and that stuff like never shows up, right? Like, if the work itself is good, we'll see it, but no one's gonna look at like a little ArtStation, like little icon. I don't think that matters. Like, if you win a prize, like the artwork usually speaks for itself. Can be a good signal booster. Yep, for sure. Just spinning around here. What are we doing? And to bullion this together. Gonna be one hell of an ugly bullion, but. Oh, it's because... Okay, let me... I'm just too lazy. It is a great opportunity, though. So, what is the main attraction for you as an artist to join a challenge? Because this is something, obviously, that's relevant to the stuff that we do as well, right? But I've always kind of wondered, like, what makes you join a challenge? Is it the prizes? Is it the theme? Is it... What is it? Very curious in this. The theme, I think. I think that's where I gravitate towards too, right? Theme, like if the theme doesn't interest me, I won't participate, no matter how good the prizes are. The way that I feel about it. I like having rules and a directed focus, but only sometimes. Interesting. Yep. So, yeah, that's also what I think is good about challenges, right? Is that you have like a set direction, and you don't have to do like a lot of the pre-production yourself necessarily. Also a benefit. Wait, so what are we doing here? So if don't want to edit everything all at once, thanks. So this needs to be empty, right? Because that's where you want to see into, which means that we'll probably have to introduce like a cut here as well. Can we not connect these up? What's happening? Okay. Guess I'll do it that way. Jeez. Probably want to cut out this section too. Maddie saying prices are just a plus for me. I only want to improve. Sarah is saying I used to do a lot of Fallout workshop challenges 1 month. The main draw was the theme because it was interesting enough for me to instantly give me tons of ideas. Art isn't a limitation sometimes. Having a short deadline forces you to be focused and creative. I think nearly all of my personal work has come from a challenge. Interesting. So very challenge driven there. Yeah, I think there's definitely something to having a deadline, right? Like, especially if you have a goal in mind. So let's say your goal is to get into the industry, like a deadline, having a deadline there is super important to me because it keeps you accountable, right? And it helps you like come up with a plan and like adapt a plan if needed. Yeah, I generally don't do that for my personal work, especially not at this point anymore, right? I mean, I'm also in like a completely different... We talked about this before. I'm in a completely different area now. This thing needs to go as well, these two sections. Problem solve. I'm making things I like, and I know I'm generally having an idea how I'm going to approach it. With a challenge, I have to think outside of my comfort zone. Yeah, that's true too. Sarah likes a limited time, so you kind of had to give your best shot in very few tries. It was stimulating. Yeah, exactly. I think that's also what Tim was alluding to, right? Like, if you don't have limitations, I mean, you're looking at the best example right here. If I would have set limitations on, like, let's say I need to get this project done within a month or 2 months or whatever, right? We wouldn't be sitting here like 2 years later still building stuff, right? That's just the short of it. Like, I would have like spent my time like way more focused, like way less distracted. Yeah, so there's definitely something to that. That's also why we have deadlines at work too, right? It's just to keep us accountable and to actually have like a cutoff point, or else like the thing just keeps going and going, which can be very demotivating as well. Yeah, it's always interesting because the reason why I asked as well is we would have these solo challenges, right? Which I'm not talking about the current implementation. We've kind of tried like a lot of permutations of the solo challenges where we would make it as like, hey, we're gonna set up like a little brief. We're gonna give you like a ton of resources, and we're gonna basically set you up with like a little challenge, right? But then a lot of people didn't participate. And I think as like, if we're doing like a post-mortem on what went wrong there, is that it was too much focused on just learning and too much focused on like, we want you to do something in the very strict limitations that we've set up for you. Generally doesn't work. Like because the limitations were too strict, I think. If you can just give people like something to do and then they can approach it in whatever way possible, that seems to work way better. Also makes sense, right? Because you give people ownership over things too. Yeah, it's been very interesting seeing the stuff we do like evolve over time. And with we, I mean like Beyond Extent in general, right? Once I had to make a whole build in one day, started at 6 AM, ended at 11 PM. Intense, but honestly super thrilling. Yeah, I love that stuff too. Like, there were a lot of moments, and this is in the professional style, right? Like at work, where someone would come up like, hey, we have this major issue. Like, this area is not working at all. Like, we can't really find a solution to it. And me saying like, hey, look, I think I have an idea. Give me like a day, I'll get it fully implemented, and then we can test it again, right? And that day was super ambitious because I basically had to redo like half of one of the maps that we were building then. Keeping in mind like level design and like all that kind of stuff too, right? So it was very intense, but I loved it, you know? Like those moments where you get handed like the ownership and the responsibility of something big, and also in like a very strict timeline. I think if applied correctly, that's yeah, be very thrilling. I love those moments, honestly. That's honestly one of the things that I do miss though. Like I was thinking about this yesterday. Like sometimes I feel like I'm in a very good position now, but I kind of miss that pressure. You know, because now everyone is kind of chill. You know, like everything is kind of chill, everything's kind of flowing, like we're doing some cool stuff, but it's like it's not on the same at the same cadence of what you would expect when you're working on like a game or something like that, right? And it has pros and cons, right? Because like games have to be built really quickly because they have to make a certain amount of money to keep the company afloat and like the people paid and all that kind of stuff, right? Where we took like the approach of making it like a little bit more sustainable, and also like we're way smaller, right? So we don't have that overhead as well. Yeah, it's still interesting that I sometimes still feel that it's lacking that pressure too. Wait, so what are we gonna do here? I want to make that like really awkward corner over here. Kinda... This kind of corner like at the edge of the roof. Let me... Yeah, I want to have this thing going on. And then it like... Ooh. And it kind of curves into itself. That's a nice shape though. Our deadlines are good for keeping feature keep at bay as well. Yep. 100%. I mean, I would say that they're good and even necessary. I'll bring up like another personal story. I was working on something, again, professionally related, right? So I can't go into much detail. but I wanted to work more on it. But the deadlines just weren't there. Like, we didn't have the time to work on it, right? Even though I thought that from like an artistic level, it needed more work. There was just no way that it could be justified in like an actual production environment, because there was other stuff that was like way higher on the priority list. And that's very frustrating, right? Like, as an artist, you spend like a lot of time like making all this stuff look really good, and then someone else tells you to get off on it. Very tricky. Very tricky to manage that. But like, looking back at it, it was the best decision, right? It's just in the moment you're like, oh god, but I know that I need to do this and this and this, and you can't do it, right? Like, you can't honestly justify it in like a production sense. I think for this, it's time that we apply our solidify. No, let's make sure that the main shape of the roof is in good state first. Then we'll apply the solidify and then make that awkward corner. So what are we looking at here? Kind of has that really nice curve to it. Big picture, it can seem really important to you as an individual, but players might see that a thing for 10 seconds, so better polish stuff that has bigger impact. Yep, 100%. It is very important. But it's still gonna rub you the wrong way when you're in that position, I think. No matter how much you try to rationalize it, right? Like, it's like, it makes sense. Like, I see what you're saying, and I fully agree. But I'm still freaking annoyed that it's happening anyway, right? Mm-hmm. Yep. I think that was interesting, like working together really closely with the level designer for the stuff that we were working on. I definitely had some of those moments. And I definitely caused some of those moments too, right? When, oh my god. There were moments where I would change up like the art of a level and it would impact the level design. And the next morning, the level designer comes in, updates the build, gets the level, and is like, what the hell have you done? You know? Oh my god. It's funny. It's funny sometimes, you know? Like those moments. Oh my god. I still remember like the level designer standing up and just being like, hey, can we have a meeting? You could see that he was just pissed. I wasn't doing it on purpose, but yeah. I mean, we would break each other's stuff, like, constantly. Oh my god, is the Beyond Extend podcast going to make a return? It's a good question. I don't think so. I don't know. You know? Like, it's hard to say, like, because the podcast that we had worked because we were both aligned, and we were really good at riffing off each other, right? Like, when one person was saying something, like, the other person could really, like, generally, like, apply in, like, a good way. And I don't know if that's gonna happen with anyone else, you know? Because it was, like, kind of a unique mix that we had going on, so... I don't know. I would say... like, on the podcast topic, I would love to bring it back, right? If I find, like, the best person. But it's finding the person, right? It's finding the person, then researching, like, all that kind of stuff. Podcasts end up being a lot more effort than they look. I couldn't keep up with making the XP one. Did really enjoy the Beyond Extend ones though. That's awesome. So did the XP one stop as well? It's been a while since I had a look at it. Because yeah, like the thing there was that Will just didn't end up, like, having the time for it, right? And this is not like me throwing Will under the bus or anything like that. It's just like Tim was saying, like, they take a lot of time, right? And if you want to do them well, you need to prepare them a little bit, especially the ones that we were doing. Like, you need to prepare them a little bit, take a little bit of time, and then also it takes up, like, the recording itself was, like, let's say 2 hours or 2 hours, 2 hours and 3 hours or something like that. And then Will was doing the recording, right? So he was doing all the editing on the side as well, which took, like, another couple of hours. And then, like, the prep takes, like, I don't know, like, sometimes we didn't do prep, sometimes it would take an hour, sometimes I try to prep more. But yeah, it's, like, a lot, and now all that stuff on top of, like, your daily thing, right? And we were overzealous in the beginning. We did it, like, once a week in the beginning. We really quickly realized that wasn't doable. Then we went to 2 weeks and then a month. But even after a month, like, yeah, you still have to set aside, like, one day in the weekend, right? So you're basically losing out, like, a Saturday. And yeah, it just becomes really tricky to organize it. Oh, Tim, I know what you're saying. We did one podcast episode where we had a person on, right? Like, an external person that wasn't me and Will. And that, like, exponentially increased the coordination effort and the amount of time that we would have to put in. I think we did one, and then after that we said, like, nah, we don't do that again. Like, because you have to find guests, you have to edit it, you have to make sure that everything is clear. Like, it's such a hassle. Oh my god. So that's why if it were to come back, like, it would just be, like, me and another person probably. And that's it, you know? Just talking about, like, what happened, talking about, like, some recent stuff that happened. That would be it. It would be very simple, very casual. Like, and we needed to keep it fun as well. Like, we need to be able to keep it fun whenever we do it. Because the whole organization thing also made it like very boring, right? Like, not boring, but like unfun for us. However, what I've been... I don't know if this is related to a podcast. What I've been thinking about, though, is I want to do like a monthly Q&A session. Kind of like we had like a while ago with the AMA Sundays, where I just go through like a bunch of people's questions in the community and then just answer them, right? And this would be like just in, what are they called? Like in Discord, like in a stage channel, right? Where we get everyone together like once a month and then just go through all the questions that have been asked. And that would kind of be like a podcast-y type of thing, right? Could be interesting. Yeah, the podcast itself, if it's gonna come back, it's gonna be a while. Yeah, time zones as well. Yeah. Yeah, the organization of things, like, man, it's rough. Yep, there's a lot that goes into it. We're kind of running into, well, I'm kind of running into the issue with that, with the workshops. Like trying to always find like a guest and like the time zones to line up, and then also the contractual stuff that comes into the picture. Like, man, not easy. But it's also really rewarding, though. Gotta say. Podcasts were really fun to run. Like, when we were doing it, like, it was, yeah, fun to do. In the workshops, too. Like, the amount of times I talked to, like, interesting people that I would never really interact with. Right? That's, yeah. That's, like, the really big benefit for me. Because I'm a lonely boy. Okay, so the shape of the roof, we're getting there. Okay, where is that interior picture? Let's see if we can get that together. Like, we don't have the pillar. Let's see. You know what? Let me make it back up though. Just to be safe. There's actually another thing that I've been thinking about is maybe getting some more community moderators involved in like organizing some fun stuff. Thinking about that recently, where it would be nice. Like Scott is doing a good job of organizing like the random things, right? Like we had like a PlayStation watch party, it was super fun, and we're gonna have like watch parties for like other stuff too. But it would be cool to maybe have like, I don't know, like community mods that kind of organize some other things as well. Just little get-togethers, watch parties, all that kind of stuff. I don't know how y'all feel about that. Be cool. What are we doing here? So these, I'm gonna go back a bit. So I think we're getting close-ish to where I want to get it into the game. So we have that. You can see in and see all the ugly stuff that's happening. Let's actually clean it up quick. Till where does it need to go? Oh, it's even further. It's to the door. The Defy. We probably want to cut in the door too, right? Door up a little bit. And then I'm actually gonna see how I'm gonna do the layering on top of it. The leaves. Not with the leaves, what am I saying? With the little thatch pieces. It's gonna be a separate piece. And then normally, if I just do... Honk. Okay, and now they're facing the wrong direction, which is fine, because if we then rotate this by 90 degrees, then we're good. What? I'm gonna separate like all these pieces out. The only thing that's kind of annoying is that it's not really handling the curved surfaces well. Which is alright, I guess. If we do... Might be something to fix in the future, but I just... More of an advanced thing. I mean, bottom surfaces don't matter that much. And the rest of it we can just split by pieces. And then normally, if we isolate this, and we just say all of this stuff, copy the modifier from this, and then we fix the rotation. These pieces are kind of weird, right? It's fine already. Kind of want to have the X pointing away from it. Oh, actually, you don't want those faces. Just to avoid like accidental spawning, right? Afternoon, Roy. How's it going? What have I missed? We're making some buildings. So we are currently setting these guys up for my little geometry node setup. So I'm basically just cutting out like all the faces that I don't need. All those faces. Nearly there. All right, cool. Now, this again. So now they all have the correct orientation. Do they? Like, what's the orientation like? So that goes straight down. And then what I'm gonna do is potentially just play with the random mask. Too much. Random mask is very sensitive though. Probably done something wrong. Scale. What could be... Popping off to go into focus mode. It was nice to hang for a bit. Later, Tim. Thanks for popping in. So what we could possibly do here, I'm thinking about making it more usable, right? Because now I need to split it off and all that kind of stuff. Maybe there is a way. So the current way that I'm thinking about is maybe what we'll do is we'll sample the faces where it needs to be projected on by using vertex data, right? So we just assign like a vertex group, and then if you assign a vertex group, then those are going to be factored into the calculations or like the raycast, and the other ones are just going to cut out of it. Because then I don't need to split it off and like move it into place again, technically, right? Where's my Z offset? Here. Flying failed for some objects. Oh, that's probably because they're instant still. So. What is it again? Keep forgetting. So, relations, make single user. Go. Hey, Joe! How are you doing? I'm doing good. We are making some nice roofs over here. I just scattered like a whole bunch of hay on top of it, or like a whole bunch of thatch. And then I'm just gonna assign some materials to it. Looks perfect. That's looking beautiful as well. Love it. You can just use the material utilities. I never use this thing. I need to get used to it. Because it actually has like a bunch of cool features in it. Doing good. Treated myself to a new pen display and an ultra-wide monitor. What the hell? Spending all the big bucks, huh? That's awesome, though. What ultra-wide did you go for? Just for a second. Thing is ugly. Oh, edge seams, yeah, of course. So, select sharp, mark seam. Let's do it again. Let's go. And if we open up, dunk. I don't think I can do this, right? So, wait, let's actually try the new tool. I saw a new tool that I've never used before. If we straighten selected edge loop and relax the connected vertices. Okay, so if we let's see how this works. We select this loop, Can I do it in here? So we got that one selected. Ooh, that's looking horrible. To a certain degree, it's doing what I wanted. That is also like splitting off like a weird edge as well. Yeah, what is that stuff over here? Oh, it's because I have a seam here. Make this thing a little bit clearer, huh? Yeah, I'm still getting used to it too, Ron. Roy, sorry. I am still getting used to it too. I like it though. It's Zen UV. That's what I'm using currently. I bought it 2 weeks ago, 1 week ago with the new update. I honestly bought it for this thing alone, like the trim sheet stuff, like the hotspot mapping. It's a game changer in the way that it sometimes works. I'm trying to be very hesitant here. Yeah, I don't know how to use it yet. Like sometimes, oh, I mean, it kind of did it already here. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So you could say like, oh, unwrap all of this, right? Usually I have to set the texel density myself. And then I just do hotspot mapping and it maps everything on the right hotspot, like on the right trims. Which is nice. Like, I don't need to do, well, I would hope that I don't need to do that much anymore, apart from like randomizing these things, right? Like just picking like a couple of islands and just saying like, hey, this island moves over here, that one moves over there, blah, blah, blah. Just to create some variation, right? But once I got them actually mapped to the trim already, that's like the major hassle done. Let me see. So, turn this on. Let me do that again. Let me show it off for you. So if we assign all of it, right? So you can see what we're going to do here is we just unwrap everything. Unwrap everything, and then I just set the texel density. I think the ideal case is where you don't have to set the texel density, keeps it in mind, but it sometimes is pretty wonky. So that's why I do it this way. And then you just hotspot map it, and like everything is mapped onto the trims, which is super neat. So there is a feature. There is a feature where you can automatically also like randomize it, which is pretty cool. However, doesn't seem to work a lot of the time. Because the way that you have to do it is you go into... I don't have them set here. That's the issue why they're not doing it. But in my other scene, I think what you need to do is you set it to max, and then... No, wait. Was it set up already? Okay, so let's give it a try. Let's try it live. Right, if you go... So, allow variability. It's set to aspect, which gives the best result in my case. And then normally what you would do here is allow location variation, and then based on these individual trim settings, it will like vary the location. However, it doesn't do that at all. Wait, what is the... Advanced setting needs to be set for each drawn trim in the trim sheet. Yeah, I did. Let's double check. So I kind of did it. Yeah, I kind of did it for like all of them, right? That can fit the axis on the U. But yeah, even then, like what you can do. Oh god, where is that again? Like what you can do is select multiple trims. You can select multiple trims, and then you can just like select it here, and then click this button, and it will match like all the settings. That's what I did before. Yeah. Normally what I want to see is like some random variation already, right? But like even if I do hotspot mapping, then... Oh, this is a question. Why doesn't it show up my menu here anymore? Like normally if you do like any operator, it will show you like a menu. But that's not doing it anymore for me. Does anyone know how to fix that? Because that would make this explanation like way easier. So... what was I going to try? So if we try hotspot mapping again. And if we set it to area. Yeah, it does. Like it just broke like all my menus. So I don't know, maybe I changed the setting or something. I don't know. I didn't update anything though. It's kind of weird. No idea how to fix it, but I definitely had it happen before. Solidarity. Oh, thanks. I've got no idea. Yeah, like it works, right? Like the thing that I still have to do is like do something like randomize and do this thing again because it's not showing up again. Right? And then you can kind of do this. We like randomize it. Which is perfect. You know, because that gets rid of like a lot of the repetition already. But yeah. Doesn't seem to be doing it for some reason. Doesn't seem to be working. But that's something that I'll need to focus on. I'll need to focus on behind the streams. Okay. So back to what we were actually doing, right? Like we're trying to get this fixed as best we could. This thing is weird. So what if I pin these and then like relax all the rest of it? Stretch. Gotta go work now. Thanks for the chat, guys. Thanks for the insight. No worries. Enjoy your weekend too. Oh, there we go. It's back. Why is it set to 115,000 iterations though? And why have I just dragged the blend? Oh! Okay. So yeah, this is a weird one, right? Where I know what I want to do. I kind of want everything to align on this line. But... Relax. Oh, that's okay. See what that's doing. That's not actually setting the relax to anything. Relax selected islands. Oh, we got the menu back. That's good. Okay. Let's just play around with it, right? Can't figure out the current selection. No pin vertices were found. That's all right. Can I go back? No way. So what? So reshape the island. Oh, definitely not. Huh? So, ooh. Oh yeah, that's obvious because we have to select this one, right? Okay. That's giving us a nice result. What is that thing doing? Where are you? Just trying some stuff, right? So reshape island gives us this. But then we relax it. Get that. Hmm. Why is it breaking so? Oh, never mind, my bad. Why is it breaking some stuff? Because I did it. Oh, and then, okay, so what if we try to reshape this one? Right, now we're getting somewhere. This one's fine. Shape that one. Yeah, cool. Let's rotate this. We did it! Now we just need to build up the layering of it. So I think instead, just align them to top. Oh, that might actually be top. Now we should be able to kind of align them to a top section. What I'm currently trying to do is I'm aligning all the tops so that we have this little section, this little strip. It kind of follows like the entire mesh. And then we'll probably need to cut this up into like multiple sections, right? You can see kind of like predefined some cuts. This one, but this strip I don't want like the additional top bits on it, so we can just leave them out. Same thing here. I think we got like good coverage now. Do the same thing here. For this one, I'm not gonna do like that whole thing. I'm just gonna project from view. And then maybe like minimize the stretch a little bit. Alright. Set it to texel density. Rotate it because we want it to go down instead. And then do the same thing here, right? We're gonna have like another seam. Scale this down just a little bit, that we don't go into like the alpha or like the opacity section of it. I need to still introduce a cut here. This one. Right, and that's the entire rim going around it. What we can do there is just straighten those UVs up, rotate them, and map them onto this top section that we have here. It's the texel density. Not too far off. Okay, and that's going to give us that nice border where you see like the ends coming out of it. And we'll do the same thing for the top here as well. Oh, did it screw up some of my other UVs again? Definitely did. Maybe we didn't adjust this one yet. This one. Probably something like this. Where did I make cuts here? Right. Oh, we even... It's pretty neat. This is an accident, by the way. Like, we have this little lip that also has, like, the tops. This top section in it. I actually don't mind that, actually. Doesn't work on the flat sections, but... Hey Lars, how's it going? Right. And now we see it with like all the stuff on top of it as well. Oh, let me do this thing too. Oh no, we don't need to make a cut because this is mirrored. Gotta make sure that this is the right direction. So those are both the right direction. I'm just gonna align them to the top so that we can do our thingy again. That will like fix the roof apart from the solidify modifier on it, right? So we'll have to, we're gonna have to apply this, and then we can do the edges. Let's see, sharp edges, mark theme. Riggin, best of luck, buddy. I absolutely hated Riggin. So unwrap, set text density. We want to straighten these out. Come all up. That piece definitely needs like a bit more geometry because you can see it's very flat. That's okay for now. Then apply this. A seam. Oh, we don't even need like half of this, right? So we're probably seeing the sides of it. Hi Vivek, how are you doing? Man, I don't miss having finals. the one thing that I don't miss. Like I like school, you know. I'm not gonna say I loved it, but I like school. But damn, man, the finals always rough. It's also because I was always struggling in school. You know? Like it was never easy. Like even the stuff that I liked, like was never easy. Like it was always like, oh god, let's get to the grind again. Straighten it up. Oh, yes. We need our base kit and attachments in here as well, I think. What I need to do is actually move all the stuff over because this is annoying. Like I accidentally disable like a lot of it. What collection are you in? The houses, right? Standalone buildings? Oh, not that one then. Patch? No. What are you? Nothing. You are not in a collection. Okay. Whatever scene collection it is then. Oh man, a lot of this just coming from the tool, and that would actually be... Oh, that would be interesting if I can... If I can increase the edges, the edge padding. That would be actually a good one. I'm gonna write that down. Well, and Daub. Same thing here. Daub. All of it. Oh, yep. I forgot to get my UV map. Convert that to UV map. It's better. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. It's kind of all over the place at the moment. Very whip. But definitely making progress. Love to see. That thatch just revert. The fuck did I hold up? I did not do what? Oh, I see. Those pieces of the roof were still attached to it, huh? I'll go all the way back. Whatever. Fix it. Why did I lose my music? What's happening? There we go. Back. Okay, so let's try that again. Oh no, now I need to do this again. Yes, nice. That's not so nice. Oh. Yeah, definitely. No, let's not. Okay. Let's not do that. So I know what the issue here is. Like, the issue here is because Blender sucks at figuring out which UV map needs to go where. So we've got this one called modular. And like a bunch of pieces still have that one attached to it, which is honestly my fault. So I think all these pieces, what I need to do is just remove this one, name this one from that to this. These ones are good. Good. Oh, cheeky. Cheeky. Gronker? Looking good, man. Did you make that roof texture? Yes. Everything you see, made by me. That true? I mean, I didn't make Blender. What's a Chia look like? Yep, it's fine. Enable auto smooth. There we go. Okay, so house rule 01. Let's update that because it could do with one. This is where we started today. Poor little orange building. And now is a pivot point correct? Pivot point is still correct. If you don't mind me asking, no, I don't. Feel free to ask away, by the way. If you're in the chat and this is your first time, feel free to ask any questions you want. What software did you use to create the texture? I did that in Substance Designer. That's where I created it. Okay, so Substance Designer it is. Yep, okay. It's exported. Export. Here we go. Oh. Has some roof tiles on it. That's not supposed to be there. Okay. So. Do you think Substance Designer is an important tool to own as Painter? Or, oh yeah, I see what you're saying. As important to own as Substance Designer. It depends on what you're doing. Like, for my use case, I probably use Substance Designer like way more than Painter. Because the thing there is Painter is more made for like unique texturing, right? And making like individual props look good. But I'm focusing on the bigger picture, so I need more tileables, which is the strength of Substance Designer, right? But like Brandoom is saying as well, it's very good in combining the two, right? You could make like tileable textures and put that into Substance Designer. So yeah, they work really well together. Good synergy. Oh, and also, hey, Brandu. How are you doing? Wait, but why is that actually assigning that? Oh, would get dark? Doesn't... Yeah, okay. I see what it's doing. I want that one. Please. One can go. Don't need any of those root tiles. Let's keep the placeholder one for now. Let's update that. Perpetual version on Steam, so I've always been tempted to get it. Yep, that's the one that I have. I'm still running both versions in 2020. Team Perpetual license. Because honestly, from what I've seen and from what I've seen people use it, like, I never needed to update. So great, sir. How about you? Yeah, doing great too. Oh, and sorry, Joe. Like, I forgot to reply on like your thing like 40 minutes ago. Oh my god. No worries. Happy to help, man. I hope that it was useful. And sorry for the late reply because that was ridiculous. Let's make sure that this... Oh my god. Okay. Let's do something else first. Let's clean this up a little bit. Thinking go because you're never gonna see that. That section is awkward. Do we need that? What if you do something like this, I guess? Yeah, this is an issue. I definitely need to solve the padding on here because this would be annoying to clean up. Right, that's good. It is black, but that's fully expected. Because if we go into modeling, bake vertex color, something like this, it's gonna fix itself. That is good. Maybe we should get back to the orange one. How dare you? It have a nice color though, not gonna lie. Okay, some improvements that I can already see, right? And that you probably can point out as well, is that a lot of this stuff is kind of floating. So we need to make sure that it's kind of properly embedded into it. I can probably do that by like pushing the edges down and making it more spherical, right? Because now it's relatively flat. Don't mind the look of them that much. I think once we start doing like some of these edges, right? Like where we have the edges overhanging, that's gonna add a lot of life. Because you can see that here, right? Like I have like the base And then I overhang like a couple of edges on top of it, which is relatively simple to do. Because all you're really doing is taking this one long edge, duplicate it, and just remove some of these seams. Oh, it's... yeah, I was wondering what was happening. So we don't need that. Right, so we're gonna straighten the UVs. We're gonna set the textile density. We're gonna align the bottom edge. Oh, bottom edge. Flip it around. Align the bottom edge with these strands, right? Like the bottom of these strands. And then we can scale it slightly. That. Now we just kind of need to move it in place. Okay, where we kind of still want it hugging our mesh as well. So that it kind of sinks into it, but that we have like this little lip that's causing that overhang. And we can kind of move this thing up a little bit. Scale this down so that we get more of a hang. You know, you just keep tweaking that so that it's nicely embedded into it. Always using soft selection for this kind of stuff. Like it's an awesome tool for this stuff, honestly. Oh. Selection. Need to extend this edge out a little bit. Right? And it already like really breaks up the edge, even though we've just added like the one layer, right? And then to elevate that even more, we just go in and we add like a bit more geometry and start pulling stuff around, right? We have like this cool edge that is like very malleable now. I had a question regarding the work in the studios in the industry. Will they always require you to make modular kits for all the buildings, or can you get away with creating buildings like you are? It depends on the buildings, right? Like if the building is quite easy to modularize, then you would probably modularize it. But if you look at some of these more rural buildings, like technically you could modularize them, right? But like the gains that you're getting from it are not that significant compared to like a stereotypical like New York skyscraper, for example, right? Because if you make a skyscraper there and make like a couple of variation add-ons, you get like infinite variation. As with this one, like it becomes very tricky. You could extend like the middle section, right? So we could make like a cut here and a cut here and then make like a smaller building. Yeah. Do that. But you can see what I'm saying? Like it's you kind of can't do too much without sacrificing the visual quality, right? Because that's always a tricky thing with like a modular set, is the balance between the usability and the looks of it. It's like you can definitely modularize like a lot of stuff. Like those are the other buildings that I'm doing, right? Like you can create some really cool things with them. But you're gonna run into issues like if you want to give them like very unique bits of character, you're gonna run into issues where, oh, let's say if I wanna dip down this roof, then I can't really do that because I need that curve to transition from one modular piece into the next one, right? Which makes them unique again, because then I can't rotate them anymore because the curve is going to be one-sided. But it's a very tricky thing. There are ways around it. Like if you have a setup like this, what you could do is go into your modeling toolkit and then like adjust them after the fact, but it will make like a new static mesh and might not always work with your texture setup. But do they always require you to make modular kits? Yeah, it depends. I know it's a cop-out answer, right? It's basically always it depends. Yeah. If you're doing something, and there's even like other aspects to it, right? It doesn't have to be modular or unique. It could also be that you're using a procedural tool that will create like all of this stuff, right? Like technically what you could do with a building like this is say like, hey, I draw a curve and then I add like 1 meter of wall, and then I cap it with like a procedural roof, and then create like 1 entrance or 2 entrances depending on how many you need, right? That's also like another option. But again, that time investment in that kind of system means that you need to get like the most out of it in your game itself. Because you're not going to build that for like a small village, right? You want to build that for like if you're creating like a giant world that needs like a lot of variation. It's more of like a classical thing of like the right tool for the right job, right? It kind of depends on what you want to achieve. So we have that lid, or like that lip. Copy this modifier. So this one on the left works already. I just need to rotate this one. Yeah, I do need to... What's that? It's a good question, though. Thank you so much for that question. Sorry, my brain was still catching up with like what the stuff that I'm doing on screen. Fuck. Forgot to... No. Align with normals. Oh, that's just gonna make it flat. This scale thing doesn't work, huh? Why is that not working? That's so weird. Instance, random rotation, scale randomization. So we got the base scale going in here. Gonna be added. Oh, but it should be multiplied though. Yeah. Okay. Okay. The scaling makes a lot more sense now. So that means that we're gonna set this to 1, right? That's more what we expected. Yeah, that's way better. Right. Okay, so this is like the previous version, which is kind of too big. Got the smaller version going on. We need to... One thing that we need to keep in mind is the consistency between all of it, right? So... Yeah, because these are like way bigger than the stuff that we had before. Oh, and while we're at it, let's see. So if I go into my random mask... Yeah, we're getting some cool layering. Okay, let's we're gonna go down into the weeds for a little bit. Scattering assets. The roof hay scatter. Where are you? So these are like the base meshes that I scatter, right? And I think we can do here. Only thing that annoys me is that now they all go to the same point, which makes it like horrible. The modifier that I use to scatter is geometry nodes. That's one that I made myself. So what it does, I'll show you real quick. Let's see. So if we go into geometry nodes and we say go into geo, right? So what it is doing, it's taking the original mesh. It's taking the original mesh and it's drawing like a grid on top of it. So yeah, it's drawing like a grid on top of it, right? And then I add points to that grid and then project, like I basically raycast like straight down. And on those collision points, I add those meshes. That's like a very, very quick overview of what this tool is doing. And I made it so that you can like scale up your mesh up and down, or you can like, it basically conforms to like the mesh that you're making, right? So I can basically feed like any mesh into it that I wanted to, and it allows me to like customize the density like really easily. But yeah, let's see. Wizardry. It's, I mean, technically it's really easy, right? If you just want to scatter stuff, onto like a plane, like it's relatively easy. Most of the stuff that is like more advanced is just dealing with like, oh, what if I want it to always conform to my mesh, right? And I need to make sure that like the grid kind of follows like the mesh if you drag it to the sides. Yeah, that's like where most of the complexity comes into, because the scattering itself, if you want to do that, is actually quite easy. Like, it's only like a couple of nodes to scatter something on top of something else. Okay, so we were kind of quadrifying this thing, right? That we get like a little bit of like a smoother shape. I have a question. If I would want feedback from you, what do I have to do? I know if I press your social link, I will find it out, but I wanted to hear from you personally what the process is, if you would like to answer it. Oh, it's actually very, very easy. The best way to get feedback from me is to join our community, and every Wednesday I go through like the community, like anyone in the community can sign up their work to get feedback, and I'll do that live every Wednesday. So just signing up like on the website beyondextend.com, getting access to the community, that's the quickest way. And you can use it how many times you want. Yeah, it's there for a reason. Work in progress Wednesday, let's go. Gonna see if I can soften up some of these shapes. This one is quite strong. Okay, you'll probably see me in a summer vacation. Awesome! Looking forward to it. I mean, technically, if you really want it super easy, you can just become a member on YouTube as well. And that gives you basically the same perks. It's just annoying because YouTube doesn't explain it well, how you need to get access to Discord then. Because you have to link your YouTube account to your Discord, and then it becomes like an automatic thing, but that's also an option. Okay. Right. So. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. Oh, we need to... Oh no, did we do that? I don't think we did. Well, hey. Two dogs were having a tussle underneath my desk. Yes, so we're gonna link all of this stuff together. Dog cam, when? Oh my god, he does absolutely nothing. Like, it's only now because we're dog sitting someone else's dog that there's actually some excitement happening. When can we see the doggos? Let's have a look. I don't actually know if I can rotate down. Yeah. Oh, you scared now, huh? Yeah? Oh. Cookies. Yo, man. What are you doing? Yeah, that's a neighbor's dog that you just saw. Like Nacho is like literally like, oh no, now he's scared in the corner. What's happening here? Is it a sneeze fest? Yeah, like the neighbor's dog is like very, very trained on candy. Like she'll come over immediately. Nacho is just like chilling the entire time. I think. See if we can get him over, but I'll probably need to get good candy. Be right back. Take this. Nacho? Here? Oh, he's awakening from his slumber. Nacho? Yeah. Yo. High five? High five? What? How much? High five? Come on. Yo. Yes, you get one too. Jeez. Yeah. Does she want to steal it again? Yeah. Yo, fine. Fine. Whoa. Oh my god. There's another one. Yes. Yeah, it's just because we're dog sitting at the moment. Oh. Yeah, they're both good doggos. It's so interesting to see, like, they both got, like, very different characters, like... Oh my god. Dea, like, the dog that we're watching, like, she's very, very active, and, like, Nacho, our dog, is, like, the... He's just so lazy. We made him so lazy on purpose. Hi, Diablos. How are you doing? Welcome to the chat. Okay, so I think. Oh, dang it. We kind of forgot one thing. Where's my pivot point for this? What? Where is it? Oh. I reset the location. I'm dumb. Okay. Well, I'll have to do this manually then. Pretty good, and you? Yeah, I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Alright, so apply everything first. Then join everything up. Then make sure that we do this little thing that I always forget. Attributes. And then sync it down onto itself. Oh, hold up. Hold up. Before we do that, I needed to remove all this stuff. Because I don't want to have two layers. It's already dense enough as is. Yeah, I do need to make this whole process a little bit easier though. So I know what to do off stream, huh? To make this whole thing a little bit easier. That's all right. You know what I was thinking about as well? And this is more of like a long-term plan. And I need to see if it's actually feasible. But I'm thinking about like maybe doing like content drops like on Patreon with like tools that I make or like materials that I make or textures that I make, all that stuff for like all these projects. And have it in there as well. That could be cool. But that does mean that I need to be organized and properly name everything. Which is a main hurdle. Forget about this. Yes. And then just slap everything together. And then export. Let's see. Yeah, it's already way better. It's way denser as well. So the density is something that we'll need to have a look at. What we might I pay millions. Okay, deal. I'll settle for 1 million. You don't have to send me multiple millions. I'm fine with that. No, that it might be interesting. I need to gather some stuff and see if it's actually feasible. But yeah. Would be a cool idea. We need to invest some time into like actually looking at it. Okay, so if these are kind of fucked in this pillar. It is a lot though, right? And it's adding like a lot of noise. I think it's also because the normals don't conform to each other, right? So Would be sweet. Your tips and tricks collection I got from joining is brilliant. I made the grass in my scene so fast by reading through that. Oh my god, yeah. There's so many cool tricks of just like scattering with like it doesn't even have geometry nodes in it, right? It's particle systems. I use that so much. What are we actually looking at? 24K is actually not bad. 20K faces. And there's a lot going on it, right? Like this is way too dense. Let me give this a try. So if we select everything. More. Virgin. Scaled up a little bit, right? I'm just thinking, like, what we could do in terms of, let me experiment with some stuff. So, if I select this, broke all the UVs. Damn it. Select, this is off. What can we do? Now we got weighted normals on it, but so what I could do, what I'm currently thinking, is if you select the edges of the meshes that I'm scattering on top of it, and then blend the normals from those meshes into the rooftop to get like a better transition, that might look really nice. I'm just thinking if they need to be, if they need to be like separate, or if I can do it in the same object. What is this? Mix the weight of two vertex groups. Modify the weights of the vertex group. I think that's something that I'll need to dive into, like when I have proper brain power, because that's definitely not going to work on stream. I'll tell you that much. Now we can also push some of this stuff down. Make the whole thing a bit more organic. Probably only want to do that on these guys though. See, this step is where you get like a lot of character in your scene, right? But you can't do that on a modular asset. Or you would need to make like a lot of variations, and it would be like very costly, and then what's the benefit of having like a concise modular set again, right? But that's the annoying part. Well, like not the annoying part, but like the limitation in modular kits. Hold up. What? Oh, yeah. And this step is so important. Background music is awesome. Please share this. For sure, it's actually like the free to use playlist from League of Legends. Like they make like these session playlists. Let me send you this specific one though. Wait, which one? So many songs on there. Wait, it's not even. Here. Let's have a look. Here you go. No worries. Yes, look at that. It made some of the clipping and the floating way worse than it was. But we'll have to deal with that. Oh. Okay. I want to try something real quick. I know that I say that a lot, but do it anyway. So if we hide this, if we separate all these guys out again, if we then do a shrink wrap, select a shape onto another shape, right? It's gonna look horrible, right? Because it's gonna make everything flat. However, if we select all of it and then select the boundary loops and then make that into a vertex group, bounds, okay, and then set the shrink wrap to this, then in theory what it should do, let's actually test how this works, right? This. So in theory what it should do is it should snap all the... No, it's not doing it. My theory is wrong. Wait, so... Oh! Stupid. I forgot one crucial thing. So when you select your boundary loop and you make your vertex group, you have to actually assign it. So dumb. Okay, and what this actually does now is it will probably like visualize it, right? Instead of having stuff float, it will actually snap the surrounding, like all the bounds to the main surface. So we don't have like any floating anymore. You can kind of see that really well on the edges, where like all the edges are now nicely attached to it. How long have I been using Blender? Since 2.79. So right before 2.8 came out and basically changed everything up. That's how long I've been using it. When did that come out? Oh, browser, where you at? Here you at. .79 gang, let's go. Just googled it. Says 2017. 2017? Feels way longer than I had thought it would be. What? It probably just highlights that I'm like low. It's a release. Oh yeah. What's the? I'm currently looking. So, what is the release of 2.8? That's probably like a little bit more. Okay, so 2018. Still close, right? I think somewhere around that time I started to use it. 2018, 2019. Yeah. Yeah, it's not that long. I mean, still relatively long, but not. What was it, like 7 years? I felt way off. What do y'all think? Let me know what you think. I'm curious. It looks like a pineapple house. Oh, Cairo. Question for you. And it's gonna roll into like story time for me. Did you from the beginning try to use Blender as Blender? You know what I mean? Like with all the hotkeys and all that stuff, like standard from Blender, or did you use like the Maya key mapping or the Max key mapping or whatever you were using before? Started with the Blender one, yeah. Good choice. I didn't. I did the stupid thing of trying to force Maya into Blender. So oh my god, this is so ridiculous. What I did, and 2.8, keep this in mind, right? 2.8 was already coming out, and the feature set was already determined, and people know that it was going to be a big deal when it comes in terms of like UI changes and all that stuff. Regardless of all that, I opened 2.79 for the first time. I set it to the Maya key mapping. No, I did it even worse. I set it to the Blender key mapping. So I was using Blender, like Blender standard key maps, but I programmed my own pie menu. Because I was so used to Maya that I needed like the same tools just straight into Blender, please. And I got it working. I got it quote unquote working, right? Like it was functional. I could start using it. Then I updated it to 2.8 and it destroyed like all the stuff that I did because like the language had changed a little bit. So it like broke the thing that I wrote. And I was like, cool. I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm never going to program anything again, like when it comes to like UI changes, because that was an absolute waste of time. Oh my god. Yeah, that was a dumb choice on my part. Oh my god, yeah. But hey, I guess I learned a thing or two, you know? This looks good. Happy with this. It's still a little bit dense. Maybe not. It's definitely difficult to switch between Max and Blender each day. Yeah, man. Yeah, it is. I was very fortunate to work in a team that was using Blender already, right? Or like a lot of people were really Blender interested. So even when we were working on professional projects, we were already kind of transitioning to Blender anyway. Which is freaking awesome. Like, I love that. The only, well, we still used Max, right? But we made a tool that just gets everything from your Blender scene into Max, and then you press one button, export, and you're done. That's my issue. I want to learn Blender pretty bad, and I'm still so much faster in Maya. Thanks, university. Yeah, I think you gotta pick your point of transitioning to like a different 3D model, 3D modeling package, right? Because if you do it in uni, doesn't make sense. If you do it during your job, doesn't really make sense either. But if you're going to like the next job, I think that makes a lot of sense, right? Or if you're in a position like I was and I wanted to do commercial work, but I didn't want to pay like a couple of grand a year just to do the stuff that I was doing already. That's why I switched to Blender, right? Like for me, it was like pretty easy to make the switch because I was like, hey, look, I wanna make this as successful as possible, and spending like a couple of grand on like a professional software is not gonna work for me. Especially because it eats into your profit margin, right? I was like, nah, don't like that. But yeah, it's also like, I mean, I started in Max and then switched to Maya and then switched to Blender, you know, so like, I don't care. I'll switch it around whenever I want to. It's just Blender is on the top of its game, I feel. I feel very comfortable in it. Makes sense, either pay up for what's familiar or learn something new for free. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was like the big thing for me, like honestly. And then also a big thing for me was how good stuff looks in the editor, right? Because in Max and Maya, you can get stuff to look really good as well. But it's still, like, it's not out of the package, right? You still need to put in some work to get it there. Changing job made me learn Max, and honestly glad I was forced to. I didn't even end up taking that long. I know what you're saying, Cairo, but why do you say honestly glad that I was forced to? Because, I mean, I totally agree with you, by the way, right? I'm just interested in why you say honestly glad that you were forced to. Because when I look back at when... I mean, it's not because. Like, when I look back at, like, whenever I had to switch, I loved it. I loved that, like, challenge of just like, hey, look, we want your skills, but... like, you will need to learn this new tool for it. And I was like, yeah, I can learn a new tool. No worries. Watch me. You know? Like, I kind of had that kind of attitude towards it. Because it is just a tool in the end, right? Because I will probably have to use it again in the future, even if it becomes less frequent. Yep. It does make you more versatile, right? It really does that. Yeah, not having to pay for it is a big one. What is happening here? Oh yeah, we needed to fix this still. Kinda got distracted. What do we want to do here? Let's just make a cut here. Doesn't need to be perfect. So we have a cut here. Let's... Oh, somewhere. Oh. Oh, it's over here. Making the jump. Because a better or like a good way to look at it, right? And like a lot of people explain it to me in this way too, is you gotta look at it as in like you have your skill set, right? And you have your modeling tool is on this level. Or like your current skill set is on this level and your modeling tool is like a part of it, right? If you just swap that piece out for like a modeling toolkit that's different, right? You switch from Blender to Max, for example. It's different, yeah, but you're only replacing like that part of your skill set, and you're not actually adding new stuff on top of your skill set and actually making it better. So especially if you're in like a stage where it's more important to invest in your skill set, like don't think about switching to Blender. If you're already like really comfortable with another software, that is. Because at that point, it's not really worth it. Wait, so where's this thing coming from? Oh, I thought it was fully mapped. I honestly don't need this to be perfect. Set textile density, let's go, that's all I need. It's like someone rearranged your kitchen and relabeled your stuff. Yeah. And if you grow up with a stay-at-home mom, like that happens often, so I'm kind of used to it. Huh? Can you imagine that is where my attitude towards new like 3D modeling packages comes from? Like my mom relabeling stuff in the kitchen. Oh my god. You might have just like completely made me realize like one of my biggest inspirations in life. Like, not inspirations, that's the wrong way to say it, because my mom is an inspiration for me. But you know what I'm saying, right? BE Friday streams, art and therapy all in one. Oh, yeah, sometimes I feel like it. Honestly, talking about that, like that's also the reason why I like doing art so much. Because it taught me so much about myself. that I didn't know before. Like it's, I don't know. To me, art is so personal that I learn like a lot about myself. And I think a lot of people do. What's happening here? Almost very similar in that regard. Also, totally different question, but it's Friday. How is everyone gonna celebrate? Because I'm thinking that some pizza sounds really nice. She didn't hear me, that's good. Pizza, yes! Oh. You heard me now. Pizza, pizza. Oh my god. Dogs are going bonkers as well. Already had pizza for lunch? What? Oh, I want a... Well, yes. Another one for dinner. I mean, yeah. Feed yourself, Sarah. Come on. That's illegal? Don't listen to Cairo. I could never. What do you mean you could never? Never listen to Cairo or? Scale would punch me in the face tomorrow if I did. You know what, Sarah? I have a good trip for that. Just don't use the scale. That's been my trick. It's been working out fine. Epic gamer advice. Wait, for the pizza day? What? Pizza sounds good to me too. Comic-Con and cosplay tomorrow. Oh shit! Nice. That's awesome. You guys playing? I've been playing Power Wash Simulator and I might be addicted. Dude. I'm scared. I am scared. Like, those games... Like, I know that I want to play them. But... I know that it's gonna be rough to let it go. Like, I don't know. Like, have you... I mean, it's kind of a different thing, Cairo. But have you ever played Factorio? You know, it is a different thing, but that's... Oh my god. That's such a disaster whenever I play that. I'll let it go. To be honest, it is a different thing though. Like it's not like you're doing something very relaxed, like you're building freaking factories, right? It might not be up your alley, but yeah, I get scared from those games. Like, man. Okay, so what is everyone else's game? Like, what is everyone's game that you're like, I want to play this, but if I do, I know that my productivity is basically zero. Diablo coming out? Productivity, schmoductivity. Bolt gun right now for sure. Join the 90s graphic styles, then gaming shares with friends. Hell yeah. Bolt gun does look interesting. Like I've not looked into it properly, right? I just saw like at a glance like people reviewing it and that it was like really fun, and I was like, it'd be interesting. It's honestly, it's been a while since I've really played a new game. I'm trying to think. I'm scared it's gonna get me really into Warhammer though. Like first Warhammer thingy for me. Yeah, I had that with oh, what was that game? Darktide? Was that the name of the game? That was fun, but it wasn't. It was good that it wasn't too fun, you know. Like I could still like play like a couple of rounds and then set it down again. But what it did do is send me on like a YouTube rabbit hole of just like, oh, what are the different factions in Warhammer? Let's explore this, you know. The new one coming out next is looking really cool. Yeah, which one is that? I can't keep up. Because you got... Is that even coming up? Is that already out? Vermintide 2 is already out. And then Bolt is like the last gun. Bolt gun is like the most recent thing that I've seen. Space Marine 2, I think. Oh, yeah. I've heard a lot of people talk about Space Marine 1 and how that is still one of the best, like, Warhammer games out there. But I've just never played it myself. I got no clue. So maybe that's one to keep an eye out for. I heard the first one was underrated, so this one will probably get a lot of attention. If it's good, yeah. It'd get all the attention that it deserves. Who is that made by? Who's working on that? Probably don't know him. I'm not too up to date in that whole genre. Oh, Saber Interactive. Yeah. Okay. And now I say okay, as in like a way that I know what they what they made previously. Honestly, can't remember. Yeah, it's like, cool, I know the company. No idea what they did. Interactive. Trying to think about it, but honestly, no bells are going off here. Has anyone played the new Dead Island? That's also a game I've been thinking of since we were last on the stream and we were kind of checking out the art. I don't know. You know? I don't know if it's worth it. This front one doesn't look good at all. Well, actually, this was kind of an accident, but that kind of looks good, actually. Ooh, does fuck up, like... TV of these. What? A double-sided. Wait, how is that double-sided? Get out of here. Can't really put anything there. It's a chunky attachment. So we import the house first. Yeah, we definitely need to make sure that the normals are all lining up, right? So we're getting this weird little transition over here. Oma Bubble, thank you for subscribing. It's awesome. Look, some log piles in the meat there. Very nice. I'm gonna see if we can dress this up like really quick. I'm gonna see what it kind of looks like, you know? Hey Dinesh, thanks for subscribing as well. Appreciate that. We're gonna have like a little bit of like a road thingy going on here, right? Some mud coming in here. Dirt. Oh, not mud. Grass over here. It's all the way along here. Such a huge difference. Tracking like a dirt path through it as well. This is one of the other things that I need to do. I was playing around before the stream, well, a couple of days ago, like trying to get like all the colors to match properly, and right now it's kind of in that awkward stage where some of it is like really vibrant and some of it needs to be toned down a little bit. See, so I want to have like muddy path basically going all the way around, because that's like the perimeter wall, right? And that's where like the guards are kind of patrolling, and it kind of gives like this nice little section over here. Yes, they, well, no, they can't really patrol over here. By the way, I am new. My friend Vivek suggested me to watch your stream. Can you please show me the entire level that you made? This is one of them. And thank you so much for suggesting that, Vivek. I really appreciate it. This is one of the levels that we're working on. This is all on stream, and then I have like another level, which is kind of turned into like my testing level. That has like a bunch of other stuff into it as well. Yeah, this is the current level that we're working in. It's awesome, Vivek. Thank you so much for doing that. I'll see if I can show off the other level as well. Let me just quickly save everything. Okay, and here to save. Cool. This is the one. Sometimes it does a weird thing where it will crash. I think that's what might be happening now. Don't know why that is. So we'll just restart the engine then. Can you crash quicker, please? Hello? Let's just... this? Yeah, this is how this current scene can look like. I think I've got like a lot of other scenes. This is from my other scene that I've been building. Which is going to be this one here. So this is more like a foresty area, right? That has like a workshop built into it. Got like the carpenter set up. And if we zoom out, we've got a whole bunch of like testing areas, right? Where this is like more of a city entrance kind of thing. We've got the city marketplace. Over here somewhere, yes. Which has completely changed now. Yeah, just like a whole bunch of testing areas, right? And like a lot of the assets are just laid out here as well. So yeah, it's all over the place. But yeah, this is the current level that we're kind of working with. Looks way better with this lighting as well. Much more interesting, you know? Let's have a look. It's not doing anything. It's good. What else can we add in here? That's probably how I'm gonna like get to the end of the stream. Just we'll do like a little bit of set dressing over here. Even leave this open. Oh, you know what? Get some blueprints going. Are you using RVTs for the ground? Yes. The reason why I say is because Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. So you can kind of see like it's supposed to be blending with the terrain, but it's not really doing that. So currently this is just like flat with this is currently just flat with just the textures on it, right? But you do have like the height field mesh over here as well, which I have too for some reason. Oh, this might be why. Yeah. This is definitely not helping though. Like I think I accidentally duplicated. Yeah, so okay. So you got the height. The height, you got video. That will already help a little bit, you know, if you set it up properly. Yeah, there we go. So we're getting like a little bit of blending. The texture on the road is outdated, so we need to improve that blending a little bit. But yeah, then the real cool thing would be if you can do this, right? Like that looks nicer. No, it's kind of blurry. But the issue that I'm having is here. Like I don't know why it's like calling it. I don't know, it's kind of weird. I think I have it set to like the standard things. 12. Actually increase the resolution? I think it does. Oh no. Breaks it even more. Having to constantly recalculate the bounds? Oh, yeah, where you have to set the bounds again and then it kind of refreshes itself, right? Yeah, that's annoying. Like, see, like, whenever you start changing things up here, like, it just reacts, like, very terrible to it. No idea why. Yeah, you want something... You would want something higher in resolution, right? This is it. Yeah, I don't know. Thank you so much for showing me in his really amazing work. Oh, thank you, Dinesh. Thank you so much. Yeah, so that's why I've got all this stuff disabled at the moment. I will probably only enable that for like the final renders. Right? If I get like really up close, then I'll start looking into it. But for now, not really using it. It's just annoying to constantly like be distracted by all those things that are flickering and all that. So I'd rather not deal with it. Some clutter over here as well. A saw pit. This is just gonna be a normal house, right? So don't want to add too much to it. I think that's actually fine as is. Oh, you know what we could do? Instead of that house, because the space doesn't really allow for like a house over here, we could do instead. So let's see. Like this maybe. little alley between them. But what I was saying here, what we could do is we could have like a little field going on. That would be quite nice. So if blind fence. Oh, no. We need to put them in here. Forgot about that one. Yes. Oh no, we actually set that to... Didn't I build that in? If we select all spline points, then set it to linear. There we go. That looks a bit better. Quickly we fix that here as well. I think honestly what I'll need to do is set the default to be inverted so that you don't get like a black mesh we're having to deal with the entire time. So we'll have like a little garden space over here. Oh, I made a cool landscape material. Like a cool, like it's so simple. Let's use it though. We just have some tiny fields. We kind of surround that with like a bit of grass. Tiny bit of dirt next to it as well. This is what it's all about. Just massaging everything together. Making sure that everything blends quite nice. Very important. The only thing that I'm missing is I don't have any bits of foliage to put on it. That would be something interesting to make, like some... What would we do? Those field bounds are nice. Not seen those before. Yeah, so that's also actually one interesting thing to bring up there is I'm thinking that it would be nice to actually make them meshes, right? Because now it's flat. Wait, how does this look? Yeah, not great. That's awesome. Oh, but I probably have to rebuild this one, right? Oh, I haven't done that in ages. So maybe that's why everything's coming out pretty bad. Save all this. How long is this gonna take though? Is it gonna take long? Ooh, Okay. Not great. But it's only using five of my cores, right? Performance. Yeah. Wheat, barley? Yeah. So what did I already look up? So those are great, right? Like some wheat and barley. That's so stereotypical. I love it. So I think we got these ones. It would look quite nice. There's also like a bunch of smaller stuff, right? Oh, I didn't know this. Mint? Oh. Aromatic and medicinal? Oh, I think they're just explaining what's on it, right? So yeah, that would be really cool. Don't know if I have like more foliage stuff already. I think so, actually. Cooking. Because that's also one of the things, right? Like the stuff that we have in our shops now, like that's not what they would have access to. So it's probably gonna be very boring stuff. Let's make it as authentic as possible, right? Definitely wheat and barley. I mean, let's look it up. We're waiting on this anyway. Evil crops, right? Not plants. You see that I already started looking for all this stuff. Oh, this is cool. Just gonna add all this to the ref board. I'm honestly gonna take the name with it as well. Celery like flowers. Cardoon, eggplant. Wait. Where's this from? Good King Henry? Good King Henry. Staple until the 17th century. Notoriously difficult to germinate. What are some of the stereotypical ones, right? Like a cabbage, definitely gonna add that in there. Thank you. Watercress, fennel. Fennel seems to be pretty stereotypical as well. Carrots. Potato. Yeah, but they didn't have wide access to it, right? Because didn't that come from America? Am I wrong? Medieval potato. Let's see. Lulip. Between 1750 and 1950. Discrimination. History of the potato. Yeah, that's why you come to my stream, right? To learn all about like the history of the potato, like all the exciting stuff. From Spain. Oh, from the Andes to Spain. With silver presumably brought maize and potatoes with their own food for the trip. Right. We find traces of transported potatoes traveling from the Canaries to Antwerp in 1560. Where else am I going to get this knowledge? Yeah, that's true. That's true. So 1560. So my kind of timeline is that we're around like the 1300s, something like that. So a little bit earlier than that. But that means that we can't really use potatoes either, right? When is it? Bloop. Tomatoes. Tomatoes were... I mean, let's have a look. So... Oh, this is cool. Open field system. Yeah, that's where they rotate fields, right? Which is a thing that a lot of farmers are getting back to now. Economics? Oh, I'm reading about economics. I don't want to do that. Background. Early medieval ages. Yeah, okay, so crops introduced by the Arabs including sugarcane, rice, hard wheat, citrus, cotton, and figs. When was this though? 8 to the 15th century. Oh. Some scholars have questions how much the Arabs or Muslims agricultural revolution was unique. Feudalism. Feudalism was in full flower. Let's just skip through all of this stuff, right? The aftermath of the Black Death. Wheat and rye and oats and beans. And beans. Medieval crops list. Let's go. Condensed. Give it to me. That it? Oh, medieval dynasty. Oh god. Getting distracted now. Orchard, hops, apples, pears, plum, and cherries. Makes sense. Hops would be quite cool. I love this. The medieval farming gear. It's like sowing, weeding, and plowing, and in the next 2 months, you're just scaring birds. Onions and garlics would have been around before the 14th century. Yeah, I think garlic... Wasn't garlic like an import from the Middle East as well? Am I wrong? I think onions are a good shout, though. Wait, so what is this? So you got common wheat, barley. Oh, here we go. No, it says like garlic. Garlic and cucumber. Where is this from? A history of agriculture in northeastern Nigeria. Okay. That's where it's coming from then. But is that import or export? Crops introduced in the medieval period. Because you definitely didn't have turmeric, right? Because basically all spices were like really, really difficult to get in like Europe. Why am I doing this to myself? Like, why am I going this deep into it? History of crops. Groundnut. Soybeans. Sunflower. Ryegrass. Peas. Jack beans. Okay, I'm gonna... Like a rabbit in a hole, you're also looking for veg. Exactly. I'm gonna lean on to where I go if I kind of get stuck like this. Like if we... Gideon food? Even spelled correct? Man, I am not spelling this correctly at all. Cool, so... What do we have here? Some meats... I'm basically looking for pictures from the farms because they do have those. This is a dead end as well, right? Okay. Little plan. Because this is the field from there. This is wild, by the way. Gonna hop out for food. Thanks for hanging, everybody. Thanks for being here, Cairo. Appreciate it. Enjoy the food, buddy. They do. Barley, wheat. Pizza time. Yes, let's go. Yeah, you know what? Let's abandon that hunt and I'll do like the boring research stuff like on the side myself. Because this ain't working out, huh? Yeah, so that's probably what I'll do. I'll do like a little bit of research behind the scenes. To get like some of the blockouts for like some of the crops in, so that we get like at least a couple of things going. But I love where this little hut is going though. I think we're getting really close. Like, well, really close. Like I feel like this is a good choice, right? Like making the choice from going to like a modular approach to something that's more unique and we can add more character to it is a good approach for these houses, because we could have done this modularly, right? But you wouldn't really gain any of the benefits of working in a modular way. So I'm honestly just gonna leave it here, because it's also pizza time for us over here as well. So thanks y'all for hanging. I really appreciate it. Thanks for all the good chats, like all the good comments, and also sharing this with your friends, right? I appreciate that very much. Yeah, if you want to stay up to date with what we're doing, subscribe to our channel, see whenever I go live, and go check out beyondextent.com as well, where we have like a bunch of resources for you to check out. So yeah, with that said, I'm gonna leave it here. Thanks all for being here, and enjoy the weekend, guys. Bye.